It's been held hostage by partisan politics too long at the expense of public safety. So I hope that we can stand up for law enforcement, allow this to go forward, and I'd ask consent that my full statement be made part of the record.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Byron Todd Jones of Minnesota to be Director, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Byron Todd Jones of Minnesota to be Director, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Ayotte, Ms. Baldwin.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Baucus. Mr. Begich, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Boxer, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chiesa, Mr. Coates, Mr. Coburn, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Donnelly, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mrs. Hagan, Mr. Harkin, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johans, Mr. Johnson of Wisconsin.
What you doing up there, right?
I know what I'm doing.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Kane. Mr. King. Mr. Kirk. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Landrieu. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Levin. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. McCain. Mrs. McCaskill. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Ms. Mikulski. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Portman, Mr. Pryor, Mr. Reed of Rhode Island, Mr. Reed of Nevada, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rockefeller, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall of Colorado, Mr. Udall of New Mexico, Mr. Vitter, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Baucus, Heinrich, Kane, Klobuchar, Leahy, and Shaheen. Senators voting in the negative: Grassley, Heller, and Sessions. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Isaacson, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Landrieu, aye. Mr. Reed of Rhode Island, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Inhofe? Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Corker, no. Mr. Johnson of Wisconsin, no. Mr. Flake, no. Zayat. Zayat. Aye. Mr. Roberts, no. Mr. Boseman, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Johans, no. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, no. Mr. Reed of Nevada, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Coates. Mr. Coates, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. McCain, aye. Mr. Cochran. Mr. Cochran, no. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Coburn, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Beckich. Mr. Beckich, aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Hagan, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Franken. Mr. Franken, aye. Mr. Harkin, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Burr, no. Mr. Kirk. Mr. Kirk, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Donnelly, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Mikulski. Ms. Mikulski, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Chiesa, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. McCaskill, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Pryor, aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, aye. Mr. Udall of Colorado, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Hatch, no. Mr. Nelson, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Chambliss, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Durbin? Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Vitter, no. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Boxer, aye. Mr. Udall of New Mexico, aye. Mr. Rockefeller, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Menendez, aye.
It started about an hour ago. The Senate has been voting on the cloture, closing the debate on the nomination of Todd Jones to be the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. There's word that the vote is very close. Neil Lesniewski, who writes for CQ Roll Call, tweets that there's drama on the Senate floor over the ATF nominee. Efforts are underway to flip Lisa Murkowski, that's the senator from Alaska, to vote yes. He writes that the vote started at 2:02 p.m. and some similar tweets and reports from the Hill as well, including reports that Joe Biden, the vice president, is on the Senate side. So a tight vote by all news reports still underway in the Senate and has been for an hour or so. Todd Jones, nominated by the president back earlier this year, has been acting director since 2011. The Senate later today is supposed to take up the nomination of Samantha Power to be UN ambassador, and a vote on that is set for later today. This is the cloture vote on the nomination of Todd Jones to be director of the ATF. They started voting at 2:02 Eastern. Our Capitol Hill reporter Annie Tin reports that the current tally on Todd Jones is 58-41. Again, they need 60 to move forward to end the debate and move forward to a final passage. So far, Annie Tin reports that 5 Republicans have joined Democrats in favor of cutting off the debate. Senators Ayotte, Collins, Graham, Kirk, and Senator John McCain. They are waiting on Senator Heidi Heitkamp, who may or may not vote. So the vote continues on the Senate floor. On the House floor, they continue debate on a number of suspension bills dealing with federal spending and regulation. We also expect them to take up the Senate-passed student loan bill later today. They have, however, stopped debate, or at least postponed debate, on the Transportation and Housing and Urban Development spending bill for 2014. The chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Hal Rogers, releasing a statement a short while ago saying, in part, about the decision to postpone debate on transportation, quote, "I am extremely disappointed with the decision to pull the bill from the House calendar earlier today. The prospects for passing this bill in September are bleak at best, given the vote count on passage that was apparent this afternoon." That from Hal Rogers, the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee.
Ms. Murkowski? Aye.
The cloture vote on the nominee to head the ATF, Todd Jones, continues. It's been going since about a little after 2 o'clock Eastern. Lisa Murkowski, senator from Alaska, just switched her vote to yes. So it is now, according to our Capitol Hill producer, Annie 10, 59-41. Jennifer Bendry, who covers Capitol Hill for the Huffington Post, tweets, "Wow, Murkowski just flipped on ATF nominee. Democrats now appear to have vote clear cloture. Wonder what she got in return." Again, the nomination of Todd Jones to head the ATF. A vote in the Senate that started shortly after 2 p.m. Eastern. It's the cloture vote on the nomination of Todd Jones to head the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives. And the current vote, according to our Capitol Hill producer Annie Tin, is 59-40. Needs 60 to move forward. She reports that so far six Republicans have joined Democrats in voting in favor of cutting off debate. Senators Ayotte, Collins, Graham, Kirk, McCain, and just a short while ago, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska switched her vote. So it's now 59-40, and as you see on your screen, reports say that Heidi Heitkamp, well, she has not voted yet. It's not clear whether she will or not, but the vote remains open on the Senate floor. They need 60 to move forward. Also set for this afternoon is a vote on the nomination of Samantha Power to be the next UN ambassador. Over in the House, they continue work on a number of suspension bills, and later the bill that passed in the Senate on student loan interest, the doubling of student loan interest rates, a bill that deals with that and passed in the Senate last week by a vote of 81-18. The House will take it up later, but the one thing they won't take up later is the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development bill. The amendment debate won't continue this afternoon in the House. The Appropriations Chairman Hal Rogers released a statement on that bill saying, quote, "I'm extremely disappointed with this decision to pull the bill from the House calendar today. The prospects for passing this bill in September are bleak at best, given the vote count on passage that was apparent this afternoon." That's from Hal Rogers, the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee. And the Senate also this week has been debating transportation spending, a different bill, a $54 billion bill for 2014. You're watching live Senate coverage here on C-SPAN 2. Well, Senate Democrats have been waiting about 20 minutes now for just one more vote. This is the cloture vote on the nomination of Todd Jones to head the ATF, a vote that would end debate on his nomination, but they need 60 votes. The vote so far is 59 to 40. Just a while ago, Lisa Murkowski, Republican of Alaska, switched her vote from no to yes to invoke cloture. Again, they need 60, and so far, according to our Capitol Hill producer Andy Ten, the only senator not voting is Heidi Heitkamp, Democrat of North Dakota. And the leadership itself off the floor. That's because Harry Reid at this hour is speaking in the Capitol at the ceremony marking the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington of August 1963. That ceremony is underway. Live from the Capitol, we're carrying that over on C-SPAN 3. The House is in today. They have postponed debate on the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development bill. They are debating a number of bills dealing with federal agency operations and spending. They'll also take up the bill that addresses the doubling of student loan interest rates, a bill that passed in the Senate last week by a vote of 81 to 18, and that's expected later this afternoon in the House. This is a vote in the Senate to end debate on the nomination of Todd Jones to be the next ATF director. It's a vote that started about an hour and 40 minutes ago. So far, the vote is 59 to 40. They need 60 to invoke cloture to end debate on the nomination. And apparently the only senator that hasn't voted is Senator Heidi Heitkamp of North Dakota. Talking Points memo tweeted out a short while ago, that was close. ATF nominee Jones is at 59 after Murkowski changed vote to yes. And the vote is staying open with Heitkamp en route to D.C. to be number 60. Again, that from Talking Points memo. Should the 60 votes be reached, it's possible the final vote will happen today as well. The Senate is supposed to vote on the nomination of Samantha Power to be the next UN ambassador, President Obama's nominee. Over in the House, they continue work on a number of bills dealing with federal agencies, operations, and spending, and they're also supposed to take up a bill that the Senate passed last week, the one dealing with the doubling of the student loan interest rate, passed in the Senate last week, 81 to 18. Underway this hour on Capitol Hill is the 50th anniversary commemoration ceremony of the August 1963 March on Washington. John Lewis, congressman from Georgia, who was at that march, is speaking right now, and we're covering it live over on our companion network, C-SPAN 3. As this Senate cloture vote approaches the 2-hour mark, the Associated Press reports about it, saying the Democrats have come up unexpectedly short on a crucial roll call vote, and they're struggling to win confirmation for the new director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. Democrats have succeeded in getting one Republican senator to switch her vote, but they're still a single vote short of prevailing. The AP writing that a roll call on ending delaying tactics against the nominee, Todd Jones, has stretched beyond 90 minutes today. They say the Democrats are waiting for one of their members, Senator Heidi Heitkamp of North Dakota, to return to the Capitol and cast the decisive vote. Again, this is the Associated Press saying that initially Republicans seemed to have enough votes, but after lawmakers from both parties surrounded Alaska Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski on the Senate floor, Murkowski switched and voted to end Republican delays against Jones. That's from the Associated Press. Again, the vote now standing at 59-40 with Heidi Heitkamp, the one outstanding vote. Over in the Senate, they have postponed work on the Transportation and Housing Spending Bill for 2014. They continue debate on a number of other bills. However, in fact, they expect to take up the student loan interest bill that passed in the Senate last week on a vote of 81-18. As the vote continues, a tweet from Meredith Shiner, who covers Capitol Hill for Roll Call. She tweets that Heitkamp's office says she is on her way to D.C. from North Dakota and will be a yes vote on Jones' nomination when she gets here. Again, that's from Meredith Shiner, reporter on Capitol Hill. Remember, too, if you want to follow what some of the Capitol Hill reporters are tweeting, as well as members of Congress, go to our Twitter site, twitter.com/cspan, and look at the lists and select from them. The cloture vote on the nomination of Todd Jones to head the ATF enters its second hour, and the votes are 59 to 40. They need 60 to move forward to end the debate, and they're still waiting for Heidi Heitkamp, her office says, according to a number of reporters, including Sarah Horowitz from the Washington Post, that she's en route from North Dakota to vote yes and end the debate on ATF and move forward on the nomination. Chad Pergram, who covers Congress for Fox, says as ATF vote remains open, gun control advocates were outspoken against Heitkamp earlier this year when she voted nay on Manchin-Toomey. That was the gun safety bill, the gun control bill that came out earlier this year. Meredith Shiner of Roll Call writes about the flip of the vote of Lisa Murkowski, Republican from Alaska, saying she flipped that vote and voted to advance the nomination of Todd Jones. She did it likely to avert a filibuster and perhaps more importantly stave off Democratic threats to end the minority's ability to filibuster executive branch nominees. She also points out now the 6 Republicans who were yes on cloture or ending debate: Senators McCain, Collins, Mark Kirk of Illinois, Lindsey Graham, South Carolina, and Kelly Ayotte of New Hampshire, and of course Lisa Murkowski. You're watching live Senate coverage here on C-SPAN 2. Well, it's a day on Capitol Hill where votes really do count. The Senate is in a cloture vote on the nomination of Todd Jones. The vote is 59 to 40. They need one more aye vote, yes vote, to invoke cloture and end the debate on the nomination of Todd Jones to head the ATF. They're waiting on Heidi Heitkamp to return to Washington. Democrat from North Dakota is apparently, according to her office, returning from North Dakota to cast her vote. Over in the House, meanwhile, it's a case of not having enough votes. They have pulled the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development spending bill for 2014. The Hill writes that they were pulling the $44 billion bill because it apparently did not have enough votes. That, according to the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Hal Rogers. Part of his statement today read, quote, "I'm extremely disappointed with the decision to pull the bill from the House calendar today. The prospects for passing this bill in September are bleak at best, given the vote count on passage that was apparent this afternoon." The Hill writes that Rogers said the House Republicans' inability to pass an appropriations bill based on the top-line number in its own budget means all sides must come together on a sequester replacement deal. President Obama was on Capitol Hill today meeting both with House Democrats and Senate Democrats in separate meetings. And after both of those meetings, leaders from the House and Senate spoke to reporters. We covered those, and we'll show those to you later in our schedule. You can also watch them anytime on our website at cspan.org. And again, the Senate is waiting for one more vote on this cloture vote for Todd Jones, the nominee to head the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Heidi Heitkamp of North Dakota, on her way back to the Capitol, reportedly to vote yes. In fact, Roll Call reports a statement from her office released about 10 minutes ago saying in part, quote, "This position hasn't had a director for 7 years, and it's way past time that the job is finally filled. Mr. Jones has strong credentials. He has built a reputation as someone who has aggressively fought back against gang violence and gun trafficking, and 81 U.S. attorneys, including North Dakota's, have shown their strong support for this nomination, as have many law enforcement officials across the country. I hope the ATF will be able to do its job just as the American people deserve." That's a statement was published by Roll Call just a short while ago from the office of Heidi Heitkamp. Well, if things had gone according to plan in the Senate this afternoon, they would have been on to the nomination of UN Ambassador nominee Samantha Power. A vote on her nomination was set for this afternoon. Instead, they've spent the last 2 hours and 20 minutes in this cloture vote, a vote to end the debate on the nomination of Todd Jones to be the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. They're waiting for one more vote. The vote is 59 to 40. They need 60 to advance to end the debate. And that one more vote is Heidi Heitkamp, Democrat of North Dakota, who is making her way back to the Capitol and reportedly, according to her office, will vote yes on cloture, ending the debate. So it looks like it could stay open for quite some time here. And while we have the opportunity, we're going to show you some of the debate from earlier today, starting off with one of the senators who was leading the opposition against the nominee, President Obama's nominee, nominated earlier this year, Todd Jones, and he's been acting director since 2011. Chuck Grassley starts off the debate from earlier today on the Senate floor.
I come to the floor to ask my colleagues to vote against cloture on the nomination, and here are my reasons for asking that of my colleagues. Earlier this week, I outlined my general objection to the Senate proceeding to a final vote on the confirmation of Mr. B. Todd Jones, nominee for Director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms. As I explained, the Senate should not be voting on a nomination when there is an open investigation. In this case, the Office of Special Counsel is investigating Mr. Jones in a complaint that he retaliated against a whistleblower in the U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Minnesota. Because of the way this nomination was handled in committee, I was able to conduct only a limited investigation. But what I found should give all of us pause, real pause, on this nomination, because it gives me concern of Mr. Jones's leadership ability and raises doubts about whether or not he should be promoted to head this office. According to both the whistleblowing assistant U.S. attorney and the former head of the FBI in Minnesota, relationships with federal, state, and local authorities deteriorated significantly under Jones's leadership. The problems primarily involved agencies that work drug cases and violent crimes. Mr. Jones addressed the issue in a meeting with criminal prosecutors in his office. According to the whistleblower, following that meeting, Mr. Jones came to the whistleblower's office and asked for his candid opinion of what could be done about the problem. The whistleblower gave Jones his candid opinion, and a few weeks later, he put it in writing what he had told Jones during this meeting. His email to Jones included allegations of mismanagement of one of his supervisors, the head of the Narcotics and Violent Crime Unit. The very next day, that supervisor called that whistleblower on the carpet and, according to the whistleblower, interrogated him about his work in the search of a pretext to discipline him. Failing to find a substantive reason to discipline him, his supervisors then suspended him for 5 days for his demeanor during the meeting. Now, based on what we know at this point, it certainly looks like retaliation. And it helps explain why the Office of Special Counsel felt that these allegations merited further investigation. Remember, only about 10%, 1 in 10, of these types of allegations are selected for investigation by the Special Counsel. Now, to be fair, we don't know the full story. The Office of Special Counsel has not finished its investigation into the matter, but this fact remains. There is an open investigation of serious allegations of whistleblower retaliation. And because that investigation remains open, this body, the Senate of the United States, should have the full information about the nominee, and it doesn't have, and it should have, before voting on that nomination. These are serious charges. The public interest demands resolution of these issues. Members of the Senate are entitled to know if these charges have merit. Members of the Senate are entitled to the complete record. So everyone should ask, why then Are we voting on a nomination on which there is an open investigation and on a nominee where we don't have the complete information? To me, the answer is obvious. We should not be conducting this vote until this matter is resolved. I'd like to highlight a few comments contained in the recent letter from the National Whistleblower Center. That organization, since 1988, has been supporting whistleblowers. The Center opposes a vote on this nomination, quote, until there is a complete and thorough investigation into his treatment of the employee whistleblowers, end of quote. This is exactly what I am requesting today, a no vote to give the time to complete this investigation. The National Whistleblower Center notes that the Office of Special Counsel's investigation remains open. Again, I agree with their contention, namely, quote, that office should be able to complete its inquiry in due course without any pressure triggered by the nomination process, end of quote. Now, I'm surprised to hear rumblings about my opposition to this nominee based on this particular matter. It seems some are asking the question, what does this whistleblower retaliation have to do with the ATF? Why is this investigation even relevant? I sincerely hope my colleagues have not forgotten about the disaster of Operation Fast and Furious, an absolute failure by the former leadership of the ATF. In that case, a former ATF leadership and the ex-U.S. attorney retaliated against the brave whistleblowers who alerted authorities about this botched operation of Fast and Furious. The U.S. attorney in Arizona had to resign because of his retaliatory conduct against whistleblowers. Based in part on that history, I'm extremely hesitant to place at the head of that agency this individual who's been accused of retaliation against whistleblowers. And as acting director of ATF, Mr. Jones sends a very chilling message to all the employees of that organization. Mr. Jones was caught on video. So we know exactly what he said. He was caught on video making very disturbing statements, specifically targeted at discouraging ATF agents from blowing the whistles. And let me remind you, whistleblowers are patriotic Americans that think the law ought to be followed and the government doing what the law says. He told these whistleblowers, quote, if you don't respect the chain of command, if you don't find the appropriate way to raise your questions to your leadership, there will be consequences, end of quote. Wouldn't that scare anybody that worked in that organization? Of course, blowing the whistle requires going outside the chain of command to report wrongdoing. If you don't get the benefit of your people listening to you within, then it's your constitutional responsibility to go outside and report violation of law. So telling employees that there will be consequences for going outside the chain of command is the same thing as telling them that there will be consequences for whistleblowing. This video was seen by several employees in the U.S. Attorney's Office, Minnesota, also headed by Mr. Jones in his other capacity. These employees wrote to the Office of Special Counsel, referencing the video, stating that they had, quote, felt for the employees of ATF as we too have had the same types of statements made to us, end of quote. They then said, Mr. Jones, quote, had instituted a climate of fear, had pushed employees out of the office, dismissed employees wrongly, violated the hiring practices of EEOC, and put in place an Orwellian style of management that continues to polarize the office, end of quote. As I mentioned, the former head of the FBI in Minnesota also wrote to the committee about Mr. Jones. In that letter, he wrote, quote, as a retired FBI senior executive, I'm one of the few voices able to publicly express our complete discontent with Mr. Jones's ineffective leadership and poor service provided to the federal law enforcement community without fear of retaliation or retribution from him, meaning from Mr. Jones, end of quote. Those are chilling words, as I've said twice. They corroborate what members of his staff have said and are consistent with the whistleblower retaliation complaint. The former FBI agent in charge continued with this report, quote, Mr. Jones was and still remains a significant impediment for federal law enforcement to effectively protect the citizens of Minnesota, end of quote. As the Minnesota Star-Tribune reported on December 31st, 2012, criminal prosecutions have dropped dramatically at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis, under the leadership of B. Todd Jones, rankling some in law enforcement, end of quote. But then the article continued, quote, several federal and state law enforcement sources said that the U.S. Attorney's Office refused to prosecute drug and violent crime cases that would have been snapped up by Jones's predecessors. None agreed to be quoted, saying that they must maintain a relationship with the U.S. Attorney's Office, end of quote. My investigation revealed that during Mr. Jones's tenure as U.S. Attorney, several people alleged that relationships with other federal law enforcement agencies deteriorated also. Now, why would we want to confirm as director of ATF someone who has a poor track record working with federal law enforcement? Since the majority insisted on moving forward without waiting for the Office of Special Counsel to complete its work, on July the 2nd, I wrote to the FBI, the DEA, and ICE seeking information about the deteriorating relationship between federal law enforcement and the U.S. Attorney's Office under Mr. Jones's leadership. I have received no replies to that request. In addition to his record as U.S. Attorney for the District of Minnesota, what about Mr. Jones's record as acting Director, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms? Now, it is no secret that there have been a number of controversial events that Mr. Jones has been involved in to one degree or another. I've sent numerous letters to the Department requesting information from and about Mr. Jones. In many cases, I have received no response or an incomplete response, and here's a sampling. On Fast and Furious, October the 12th, 2011, the Office of Oversight and Government Reform Committee subpoenaed records of the Attorney General's Advisory Committee relating to the Operation Fast and Furious during a period of Jones was committee chair. I reiterated that request April the 10th, 2013. Number two, ATF's accountability for Fast and Furious. On October the 19th, 2012, January the 15th, 2013, I requested information on which ATF employees would be disciplined in their role in Fast and Furious. Number three, Fast and Furious interview request from October 7th, 2011 through January 2012. I requested a staff interview with Jones regarding Fast and Furious. I reiterated that to Mr. Jones April the 10th, 2013. Number four, interview requests on Reno, Nevada, ATF office. My April 10th, 2013 letter also indicated that Mr. Jones's failure to act on Reno management issues was another area of question to be covered in a staff interview. Number five, interview request on Operation Fearless. My April 10th, 2013 letter indicated that the botched Operation Fearless in Milwaukee was another area of question to be covered in the staff interview. Number six, document request for Operation Fearless, May 10th this year. I sent Mr. Jones a letter requesting a copy of the Office of Professional Responsibility and Security Operations report on the botched Milwaukee storefront operation. On on the St. Paul and quid pro quo matter, I was able to have a staff interview with Mr. Jones. Just to remind my colleagues about the issue, I'll tell you briefly. On February the 3rd, 2012, the Department of Justice and the City of St. Paul struck a deal. The terms of the quid pro quo were as followed. The Department declined to intervene in two False Claims Act cases that were pending against St. Paul, and St. Paul withdrew its petition before the U.S. Supreme Court on the Magner case, a case that observers believed would invalidate the use of disparate impact theory under the Fair Housing Act. But this was no ordinary settlement. Instead of furthering the ends of justice, this settlement prevented the courts from reviewing potentially meritorious claims and the recovery of hundreds of millions of dollars for the U.S. Treasury. The U.S. Attorney in Minnesota at the time of the quid pro quo, Mr. Jones, was serving both as U.S. Attorney and Acting Director of the Bureau of ATF. Mr. Jones was interviewed by the committee staff as part of the investigation on March 8, 2013. However, before agreeing to the interview, the department demanded that staff not be permitted to ask Mr. Jones any further questions other than those involving quid pro quo. Questions remain about whether he was effectively managing both jobs at the U.S. Attorney and Acting Director. For example, when asked by committee staff about his failure to attend the Seminole meeting between the Department's Civil Division and representatives from the City of St. Paul, which occurred on December 2011, he stated that he did not attend because he had an event at ATF that precluded his attendance. When pressed further, Mr. Jones indicated the important event at ATF was a holiday party called Sweet Treats, and he felt it was more important that he attend that event than it was to attend his crucial meeting.
The Senator's time has expired.
I asked for 3 more minutes.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Okay. It was more important that he go to the Sweet Treats than worry about collecting $200 million under false claims cases pending. I raised many of these issues with Mr. Jones at his hearing and in written questions for the record, but in too many instances, Mr. Jones was unable or unwilling to provide an adequate response. And unfortunately, I have a lingering concern about his candor during this testimony. With this record before us, it should be apparent to all of my colleagues that the Senate should not move forward with Mr. Jones's nomination. First, the Senate has yet to learn the results from the Office of Special Counsel's investigations. 2, the Senate hasn't had an opportunity to hear Mr. Jones address these allegations themselves. Point blank, he told the committee that he couldn't speak about them because of the open investigation. Third, the Senate should recognize that a troubling pattern indicating the nominee's inability to work with federal law enforcement and whistleblowers. And 4, his involvement in a number of botched operations showing unacceptable management style or capability. Elevating an individual with such a record is not how you rehabilitate the reputation, image, and culture of federal law enforcement agencies still recovering from the disastrous scandal of Fast and Furious. I do not believe that we should simply rubber stamp this nomination and sweep the alarming allegations under the rugs. I would hope that further action on the nomination pause until these matters are resolved. Before I close, I want to address one additional matter. I have heard it argued from the majority that there is an urgency to get this nomination confirmed because ATF hasn't had a confirmed director for 7 years. President Bush made a nomination March 2007. That nomination was held up in the Senate based on concerns regarding ATF's hostility to small gun dealers and the nominee's apparent indifference to their concerns. President Obama did not nominate a director until November 17, 2010. That's 2 years into his first term. That individual's nomination stalled because neither the White House nor the nominee responded to our request for additional information. Rather than respond to our request so that nomination might move forward or withdraw that nomination and send up another, the White House did nothing for 2 years. The nomination of Mr. Jones wasn't sent up to the Senate until beginning this year. So for the past 4.5 years, a vacancy is the responsibility of the White House. I don't think that the support that supports their contention
Senator's time
that
has
there's
expired.
a crisis because of the lack of Senate-confirmed nominee. I yield.
Iowa Republican Senator Chuck Grassley from earlier today on the nomination of Todd Jones to head the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. This is not a quorum call. This is a vote. The Senate's been in this cloture vote for about a little over 2.5 hours, And the Hill writes this afternoon about what you're seeing or not seeing. The Senate is waiting for Senator Heidi Heitkamp to cast the deciding vote on whether to end debate on President Obama's nominee to head the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. The Senate started the cloture vote on Todd Jones' nomination at 2 p.m. today. The current vote count stands at 59 to 40. 60 votes are needed to advance the nominee. 6 Republicans have voted with Democrats to end the debate. After more than 30 minutes of pushing from her colleagues, Senator Lisa Murkowski switched her vote and joined Republican Senators Susan Collins of Maine, Kelly Ayotte of New Hampshire, Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, John McCain of Arizona, and Mark Kirk of Illinois in voting to advance Jones's nomination. The Hill writes that Senator Heitkamp has missed all of the votes this week because she's been back in her home state, that's North Dakota. A spokesperson for Heitkamp said the senator is on her way to Washington and would cast a yes vote. And they write that after cloture is invoked, the Senate is expected to proceed to a final confirmation vote on Jones at around 7 p.m. Eastern. Our Capitol Hill reporter Annie Ten reports that the nomination of Samantha Power to be UN ambassador, that vote will likely be pushed off to tomorrow. Well, while we wait, we're going to show you more debate from earlier today on the Jones nomination. Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Mr. Jones is currently with the U.S. Attorney's Office there in Minnesota as well.
Very important job, Madam President. As you know, the ATF has an incredibly important role in investigating crimes and terrorist incidents like the Boston Marathon bombing. They just recently investigated the explosion in Texas that took so many innocent lives. This must be a top priority for the United States of America. Yet this is a position where there are 2,400 agents 2,400 ATF agents, and they have gone without a permanent director, Madam President, for 7 years, ever since this became a confirmable position. This happened under President Bush. There wasn't a confirmed director, and it is happening now, up until today, under President Obama. It is time to change that. It is simply time to change it. Now, I know Todd Jones. For 2 years, he has served as the U.S. Attorney of Minnesota at the same time he is serving as the ATF Director. That is not an easy job. He has 5 children, he's a former Marine, and he was willing to take on the ATF job after the Fast and Furious debacle. He was willing to come in after that and help to clean up that agency and make some very tough decisions. He took on that job while still remaining the U.S. Attorney in Minnesota. I would note, Madam President, that he served as the U.S. Attorney of Minnesota under President Clinton and then again was appointed to serve under President Obama. And then 2 years ago, he was asked to be the acting director of ATF, never knowing if this day would ever come when actually there would be a vote on his confirmation. He literally has never turned down a tough assignment. Todd Jones has an impressive background that makes him well prepared to lead the ATF. After law school at the University of Minnesota, he entered the U.S. Marine Corps, as I noted, where he served on active duty as a judge advocate and infantry officer from 1983 until 1989. 2 years later, he was called back to active duty during the first Iraq War. In addition to his military career and having the rare distinction of serving as U.S. Attorney under 2 different presidents, Jones also has a strong record as a line prosecutor in the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office. When Jones was U.S. Attorney in Minnesota from 1998 to 2001, I would note that the violent crime rate decreased by 15%, and so far during his second tenure as U.S. Attorney, the violent crime rate in Minnesota has already decreased by 9%. As an assistant U.S., and we all know, as you know from Wisconsin, there are a lot of factors that go into that, including the great work of our local police officers, including the work of our police chiefs, including the work of community groups, including the economy. There are a number of things at hand. But when I hear attacks against Mr. Jones, I believe it's important to set the record straight. And one other thing, Madam President, I did want to set the record straight on one of the things, and I so appreciate the leadership Senator Grassley has shown when it comes to whistleblowers. But you should know regarding this complaint within the office, an internal complaint within the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota, was investigated by the Judiciary Committee, and in this place, to set the record straight, the complainant voluntarily agreed to mediate his concerns, and the Office of Special Counsel is no longer investigating. So I want to make that straight for all of my colleagues so they understand the outcome of that and that there is a mediation going on and it's not being investigated. As an assistant U.S. attorney, Todd Jones was the lead prosecutor in a number of cases involving drug conspiracies, money laundering, financial fraud, and violent crime in the early 1990s. In the private sector, he became a partner at two very well-regarded Minnesota law firms, Robbins Kaplan and Green Espel. He has led a number of very important prosecutions in his capacity as U.S. attorney. Operation Rhino, which involved the criminal prosecution of Omar Abdi Mohammed, who recruited young Somali Americans to fight for terrorist groups in Somalia. To date, this investigation has resulted in charges filed against 22 other individuals. Operation Brother Keeper, a major RICO case, the second biggest Ponzi scheme in the history of America, second only to the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme, prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office by a fine prosecutor named Joe Dixon and many others under Todd Jones' leadership. This gives you a sense, and I would end with this as I see Senator Leahy, our great chairman, is here. Jones' confirmation is supported by the Fraternal Order of Police, the International Chiefs of Police, 81 U.S. attorneys, the National District Attorneys Association, Minnesota's former FBI Special Agent in Charge Ralph Bolter, the former U.S. Attorney Tom Heffelfinger, who served under both George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush in Minnesota, and dozens of others who have worked with Mr. Jones over his many years of public service. I would end with this, Madam President. The ATF has people on the front line every day, and they don't ask if the work they've done is ordered by a Republican or a Democrat. They don't, when they go to investigate a bombing, they don't ask what other police officers, what their political affiliation is, or who the FBI is. They don't care. They just do their job. Well, now it is time for the Senate, the United States Senate, to do its job and confirm an ATF director for the first time in 7 years. I thank the chairman for his leadership. I yield the floor.
Amy Klobuchar, Democrat from Minnesota, speaking in favor of the nomination of Todd Jones to be the next director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. Earlier, the ranking member on the Judiciary Committee, Chuck Grassley, both in committee and on the floor, spoke against the nomination because he accused the nominee of, quote, retaliating against a whistleblower. Again, the vote is, as it stands now, 59-40. They're waiting for Democrat Heidi Heitkamp to return to Washington. A spokesman for Senator Heitkamp said a short while ago that the senator is on her way to Washington from North Dakota. If the vote is held open, she would like to be able to cast her vote. And the senator released a statement on the nominee, Todd Jones, saying, quote, this position hasn't had a director for 7 years, and it's way past time that the job is finally filled. Mr. Jones has strong credentials. He has built a reputation as someone who has aggressively fought back against gang violence and gun trafficking, and 81 U.S. attorneys, including North Dakota's, have shown their strong support for this nomination, and have many law enforcement officials across the country. I hope the ATF will be able to do its job just as the American people deserve. That's from Heidi Heitkamp, the lone vote remaining in this cloture vote. to end debate and move forward with the final passage vote on the nomination of Todd Jones. The Senate was to vote this afternoon on the nomination of Samantha Power to be the next UN ambassador, but that has been pushed until tomorrow. A bill that passed the Senate last week on the doubling of student loan interest rates, passed by a vote in the Senate of 81 to 18, is now on the House floor. They're debating it, and votes coming up in about a half an hour or so on that bill and others in the House, and you can follow that, of course, on C-SPAN. The Senate started its day today on a foreign policy measure by Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, which would have ended the $1.5 billion in aid to Egypt. The Senate blocked that measure on a vote of 86 to 13. They gavelled out mid-morning to hear from President Obama, at least Senate Democrats, and came back in about 1 o'clock Eastern to take up the nomination of Todd Jones, nominated by President Obama earlier this year after the Newtown shootings to head the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. Mr. Jones has been in the role as the acting director since 2011, but the position has not had a permanent director in 7 years, since 2006. At 2 o'clock Eastern, about 3 hours ago, they began a vote, a cloture vote, to end debate on the nomination and move forward to a final passage vote. The vote so far is 59 to 40. They need 60 votes to invoke cloture. They're waiting for one more, and that one more is Senator Heidi Heitkamp of North Dakota, who is on her way back from North Dakota. News reports indicate that she had fallen ill while back in North Dakota and is now making her way back to cast her vote sometime after 6 o'clock Eastern here on the Senate floor. So obviously some time ahead of us, and what we're going to do is bring you the hearing from last month before the Judiciary Committee, Todd Jones testifying before the Judiciary Committee, and we'll show you obviously as much as we can until we see the end of this vote here on C-SPAN 2.
Coming today, we have a packed house. Today we're considering two nominees, Stuart Dellery to be the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division of the Justice Department, and B. Todd Jones to be the Director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. First, I'll start with Mr. Dellery. He is currently the Acting Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division, the largest litigating component within the Department of Justice. He graduated Phi Beta Kappa from the University of Virginia and earned his J.D. from Yale Law School in 1993. After graduating from Yale, he went on to clerk for Chief Judge Gerald Joflat of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals and Justices Sandra Day O'Connor and Byron White on the United States Supreme Court. Mr. Dellery then went on to private practice at Wilmer Cutler and Pickering, now known as Wilmer Hale, where he was a litigator for 14 years. His practice ranged across complex corporate and securities litigation and administrative law matters. In 2009, he left private practice for the Department of Justice, where he held a number of leadership roles, including Chief of Staff and Counselor to the Deputy Attorney General, Associate Deputy Attorney General, and Senior Counsel to the Attorney General. In these positions, he advised the Department's leadership on a range of matters, including civil litigation, appeals, national security litigation, and policy. As Acting Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division, he supervises approximately 1,000 attorneys representing the United States, the President, and Cabinet officers and agencies. He supervises much of the federal government's civil litigation, which includes the defense of legal challenges to congressional statutes, administration policies, and federal agency actions. At the Justice Department, he has devoted significant attention to the Civil Division's extensive docket of national security cases. He has also worked closely with the Office of the Solicitor General, to which he regularly makes recommendations concerning Supreme Court cases. Mr. Dellery also has a strong track record of pro bono service. For example, from 2007 to 2008, he supervised a team of lawyers that conducted an investigation on behalf of the District of Columbia's Office of Tax and Revenue into the theft of over $48 million in District of Columbia funds by a longtime employee. The employee pled guilty to federal charges in 2008. The Judiciary Committee has received letters in support of Mr. Delry's nomination from a bipartisan group of current and former government officials and a group of Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division in the administrations of Presidents Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Clinton, and George W. Bush. Now I'll turn to Todd Jones, whom I've known for a very long time. We worked closely together as members of the Minnesota law enforcement community when he was in his first stint as U.S. Attorney for Minnesota when Bill Clinton was president, and I was the county attorney for Hennepin County. For the past 2 years, Todd Jones has been doing the impossible, filling 2 crucial federal law enforcement positions as acting director of the ATF and U.S. Attorney for the state of Minnesota. I see his son Anthony back there, and I know it hasn't been easy. Todd also has his wife Margaret, and he also is a father to not just Anthony, but 4 other children, and a good one at that. We welcome Anthony here today, representing the family. Todd Jones has an impressive background that has him well prepared to lead the ATF. After law school at the University of Minnesota, he entered the U.S. Marine Corps, where he served on active duty as a judge advocate and infantry officer from 1983 until 1989. 2 years later, he was called back to active duty during the first Iraq War. In addition to his military career and having the rare distinction as serving as U.S. Attorney under 2 different presidents, Jones also has a strong record as a line prosecutor in the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office and an outstanding career in private practice. Today, we are here to consider his nomination to be the permanent director of the ATF, a nomination that is supported by the National Association of Former U.S. Attorneys, including those who served under both Bush and Clinton administrations, several former assistant U.S. attorneys, the administrator of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the Minnesota County Attorneys Association, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the Fraternal Order of Police, and the ATF Association, to name just a few. Given the ATF's important role in investigating crimes and terrorist incidents like the Marathon bombing, this should be a top priority for the United States Senate, to have a permanent director of the ATF. It doesn't make sense for the director to be serving in a temporary capacity, and yet there has never been a permanent director in place since 2006 when it became a Senate-confirmed position. I think that's wrong. Something is wrong when the Senate fails to confirm the head of an agency for 7 years. Something is wrong when we have ATF agents, over 2,000 of them, on the front lines of major investigations like the Boston Marathon bombing. While victims lay dismembered in the hospital, the agents were on the front line figuring out who did it and what happened. And yet the Senate still will not confirm a permanent leader of this agency. It seems that some members of the Senate don't want to have the ATF the benefit of a confirmed director. So for all the concerns that have been raised about the ATF, some of them very legitimate, confirming a full-time permanent director should be a critical step to making sure the ATF is doing its job and doing it well. Todd Jones has never turned down a tough assignment. He has faced challenging situations throughout his career, and taking over the ATF in the summer of 2011 was yet another example of that. As everyone knows, the agency was under a tremendous amount of scrutiny and understandable criticism for the failed Fast and Furious operation, and Jones was brought in to get the ATF back on its feet. Since then, he has worked to revamp the agency's practices and policies. He has begun making essential reforms that are critical to the more than 2,300 agents who perform under pressure day in and day out, both on major investigations like Boston and West Texas, but also on lesser-known investigations like serial arsons in California, cigarette smuggling rings that fund terrorists, and drug and gun trafficking undercover operations in Miami. Before taking over the ATF, Jones served as both the head of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota under 2 presidents, and before that as Assistant U.S. Attorney.
As an assistant, he was the lead prosecutor in a number of cases involving criminal drug conspiracies, money laundering, financial fraud, and violent crime in the 1990s. In the private sector, he became a partner at two very well-respected Minnesota law firms, Robbins Kaplan and Green Espel. To highlight some of his accomplishments, during his tenure as U.S. Attorney in Minnesota, that office, with Todd Jones at the helm, prosecuted Operation Rhino, which involved the criminal prosecution of Omer Abdi Mohammed, who recruited young Somali Americans to fight for terrorist groups in Somalia. Mohammed was indicted in November 2009 and pled guilty in July 2011 to conspiracy to murder, kidnap, and maim abroad. To date, the investigation has resulted in charges filed against 22 other individuals. Operation Highlife, which was a major drug trafficking investigation involving more than 100 local, state, and federal law enforcement officers and resulted in 26 indictments, 25 guilty pleas, and sentences of up to 200 months in prison. Operation Brother's Keeper was a successful investigation and prosecution of a RICO case involving a regional 200-member gang which took 22 dangerous criminals off the street. Operation Malverde received national attention and was a prosecution of 27 defendants associated with the Mexican drug cartel, including the apprehension of the cartel's regional leader and sentences as high as 20 years in prison. Jones' office was also active in other areas like complex white-collar crime, including the successful prosecution of a $3.65 billion Ponzi scheme. That's $3.65 billion, the second biggest Ponzi scheme in United States history after Bernie Madoff. Those are just a few of the examples of the cases that Todd Jones oversaw as U.S. Attorney in Minnesota. He is well qualified and has a range of experiences and accomplishments that leave him more than ready to lead the ATF on a full-time basis, not on a temporary basis, not on an interim basis. He is a talented, dedicated, and hardworking public servant who has served his country in both the military and in civilian agencies. I look forward to hearing from both of our nominees today and having a discussion about their past experiences and their outlook on the positions to which they have been nominated. Thank you, both of you, and I'll turn it over to Senator Grassley, the ranking member.
Thank you very much. As the chairwoman knows, and as I told her yesterday, I objected to holding this hearing today and requested the hearing be postponed. As we sit here today, there remains an open investigation by the Office of Special Counsel regarding Mr. Jones's conduct as U.S. Attorney. Generally, when a nominee is subject to an open investigation, the committee does not move forward until the issues are resolved. And of course, this is a sensible thing to do. When there's a pending investigation, the committee obviously doesn't have the full information about the nominee. In this case, there are allegations of gross mismanagement and abuse of authority in Mr. Jones's office, and there is a complaint that Mr. Jones retaliated against a whistleblower. These are serious charges and ones that are of particular concern to me as a known defender of whistleblowers. The public interest demands resolution of these issues. Members of the committee are entitled to know that if these charges have any merit. One way for that to happen is for the committee to undertake its own investigation. That has not happened. Another is to follow the usual committee practice and wait for any third-party investigating agency to complete its process and reach conclusion. That has not taken place either. So we're left today to take Mr. Jones's word. We have no way of independently verifying what he says or as to ascertain the truth of the matter. In addition to the open complaint, there are numerous unresolved issues regarding Mr. Jones and his record while serving as U.S. Attorney and acting ATF Director. That is why I requested a postponement of the hearing. While the chairman did postpone the hearing 1 week, that did not cure the procedural defects with the nomination. So it is unfortunate that we go ahead with this hearing before an open complaint is resolved. In April, when the chairman started talking about a hearing for Mr. Jones, I was concerned about moving forward. There were a number of outstanding requests that I'd made to Mr. Jones, and I'd previously received a copy of an anonymous letter to the Office of Special Counsel making vicious allegations against Mr. Jones. I sent a letter to OSC on April the 8th asking for an update on those allegations. On April the 12th, OSC responded that there were 2 pending matters involving the U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Minnesota, where Mr. Jones is a U.S. Attorney. The first matter was a prohibited personnel practice complaint, and the second was a whistleblower disclosure alleging gross mismanagement and abuses of authority. On May the 28th, the chairman sent out a notice for a hearing for Mr. Jones to be held the following week. The next day, on May 29th, I sent a letter raising my concerns about proceeding with a nominee who had opened complaints and asked that the hearing be postponed consistent with previous committee practice. On June the 3rd, the chairman postponed the hearing 1 week. However, in doing so, the chairman expressed disappointment that the April OSC letter had been publicly disclosed. A continuing justification for holding this hearing today is that based on this disclosure, the nominee should have an opportunity to respond. But of course, there was nothing confidential in the OSC letter. In fact, I'm not about to hide this issue from the public. It is relevant to our inquiry as to the qualifications of the nominee. And if others want to hide this information, that, of course, would be their decision. Additionally, there were numerous allegations that Republicans were holding up the nominee for no good reason. The OSC letter clearly identified why Mr. Jones's hearing was not going forward at this time. That justification remains valid today. Again, this would be consistent with prior committee practice. Furthermore, everyone knows that Mr. Jones' appearance today is no substitute for a full investigation. We know the investigation is open, so even if we ask questions today, we can't rely on the information we receive. The nomination hearing is nothing like the investigative process conducted by the Office of Special Counsel. In a full OSC inquiry, there would be interviews with complaining witnesses, a review of documents, and interviews with line attorneys and law enforcement officials in Minnesota. We have access to none of these at this point. We only have one witness, the nominee, who is able to offer up his side of the story. So where are the whistleblowers? Where are other assistant U.S. attorneys and staff members? Who is offering the other side of the story? We did receive a token offer from the majority for one witness. That offer came Sunday night, a little more than 36 hours ago. And then late yesterday, we received from the majority an offer to conduct some interviews this coming Friday, after today's hearing. Now, that's quite perplexing to me. We're going to begin the investigation after the hearing is concluded. When has the committee ever conducted an investigation after the hearing for that nominee? On June the 4th, I suggested to the chairman that a mere 1 week postponement of the hearing would not allow sufficient time for open matters to be resolved. We had no reason to believe that the OSC investigation would be closed. It seems to me that if the majority did not want to wait until the OSC completed its investigation, the committee would be obligated to fully investigate the matter for itself. I therefore suggested that we begin the process by at least calling additional witnesses to testify at today's hearing. On June the 5th, OSC provided the committee with an update on 2 pending cases. It reported that while the whistleblower disclosure case had been closed, the prohibited personnel practice complaint was moving to mediation for the time being. On June the 6th, the chairman reported to me that he had been notified by OSC that it had reached a resolution on the retaliation allegations against Mr. Jones and that that investigation was now closed. This directly contradicted the information I had received. I again suggested that additional witnesses might be necessary. On Sunday night, 36 hours ago, my staff was notified by the majority staff that the chairman agreed to one minority witness. Of course, by that time, there was no reasonable way that a witness could be contacted or arranged for travel on Monday for appearance on Tuesday morning. Yesterday, I contacted the special counsel, inquiring to her availability to testify to at least explain more fully the status of the complaints. Ms. Lerner replied, quote, "I'm unavailable to testify tomorrow about this matter. Moreover, it would not be appropriate for me to provide any additional information about the pending case," end of quote. Ms. Lerner confirmed for the second time that the investigation remained open. She stated, quote, "The reassignment of the case for mediation did not result in the matter being closed." Based on, end of quote. Based on all of this, I cannot help but conclude that the majority is intent on jamming this nomination through the committee no matter what. So here we are left with an open investigation of serious allegations of whistleblower retaliation, and these are not unsubstantiated charges. In fact, of all the complaints received by OCS, only about 10% are chosen for further investigation. This case was one of them. Why did the career nonpartisan staff of OSC forward the case for investigation? Presumably because they thought it needed to be looked into. That says something about the likely merits of the case. There are also indications of a larger pattern here, one known to OSC. First, Acting Director Jones, in a video sent to all ATF agents, stated, quote, "If you don't respect the chain of command, if you don't find the appropriate way to raise your concerns to your leadership, there will be consequences," end of quote. Now, that throws a lot of cold water on anybody who might want to whistleblow under the law. This video was seen by several employees in the U.S. Attorney's Office of Minnesota, also headed by Mr. Jones in his other capacity. These employees anonymously wrote to the Office of Special Counsel asking for, quote, "a review of the patterns, practices, treatment, and abuse that they have suffered," end of quote. They referenced the AT video stating that they had, quote, "felt for the employees of ATF as we too have had the same types of statements made to us," end of quote. They then said Mr. Jones, quote, "had instituted a climate of fear, had pushed employees out of the office, dismissed employees wrongly, violated the hiring practices of EEOC, and put in place an Orwellian style of management that continues to polarize the office," end of quote. Next, a former special agent in charge of FEI's Minnesota division, Mr. Donald Oswald, wrote to this committee voicing concerns about Mr. Jones. In that letter, he wrote, quote, "As a retired FBI senior executive, I'm one of the few voices able to publicly express our complete discontent with Mr. Jones's ineffective leadership and poor service provided to the federal law enforcement community without fear of retaliation or retribution from him," end of quote. Of course, those are chilling words. He cautioned, quote, "Mr. Jones was and still remains a significant impediment for federal law enforcement to effectively protect the citizens of Minnesota," end of quote. The concerns and allegations in Mr. Oswald's letter were corroborated by another assistant U.S. attorney in Mr. Jones's office, Mr. Jeffrey Paulson. Yesterday, Mr. Paulson gave his consent that his whistleblower disclosure complaint be released to the committee. It contains a detailed account of the mismanagement, abuse of authority, and other problems within the office. It also details Mr. Jones's negative attitude towards whistleblowers and retaliatory action he took against Mr. Paulson. We received this document late yesterday afternoon. We're still reviewing the document. OSC requested of the chairman that the file be designated, quote, unquote, committee confidential. Last evening, my staff informed the chairman's staff that I would be asking questions based on this document. We asked the chairman's staff to let us know if he intended to designate the document committee confidential. To my knowledge, the chairman has not done so. I certainly do not think that it would be appropriate to hide this information. I see no reason, given Mr. Paulson's waiver, why this should not be available as part of the full record. In fact, I was told repeatedly that today's hearing, this very day, would be my one opportunity to ask Mr. Jones any questions that I wish. And I certainly intend to ask Mr. Jones questions about the allegations described in the complaint. I have additional procedural problems with this nomination today, a minor but one which illustrates another basic breakdown of routine protocol and the normal committee process was the delivery of certain routine nomination materials. When I received a routine file required of all nominees, I noted missing pages, 2 separate documents. I requested these from the White House on May the 28th. One of the requested documents was delivered to my office last night at 9:58 p.m. There was no explanation for the delay. I have yet to receive the other requested document. Now, it is no secret that there have been a number of controversial events that Mr. Jones has been involved in to one degree or another. I've sent numerous letters to the department requesting information from or about Mr. Jones. In many cases, I have received no response or an incomplete response, and here's a sampling. On Fast and Furious, subpoenaed documents on October the 12th, 2011, the House Oversight Government Relations Committee requested records of the Attorney General's Advisory Committee related to Operation Fast and Furious during a period that Mr. Jones was committee chair. I reiterated that request on April the 10th this year. Secondly, ATF accountability for Fast and Furious. On October the 19th, 2012, January 15th, 2013, I requested information on which ATF employees would be disciplined for their roles in Fast and Furious. 3, Fast and Furious interview request. On October the 7th, 2011 through January 2012, I requested staff interviews with Mr. Jones regarding Fast and Furious. I reiterated the request to Mr. Jones April the 10th, 2013. Interview request on Reno, Utah ATF, U.S. Attorney's Office breakdown. My April 10th, 2013 letter also indicated that Mr. Jones's failure to act on Reno management issues was another area of question to be covered in the staff interview. 5, interview request on Operation Fearless. On April the 10th, 2013 letter indicating that the botched Operation Fearless in Milwaukee was another area of questions to be covered in the staff interview. 6, document request of Operation Fearless. On May the 10th, 2013, I sent Mr. Jones a letter requesting a copy of the Office of Professional Responsibility and Security Operations report on the botched Milwaukee storefront operation. Now, what has been the reply to all these requests? On June the 4th, 2013, nearly 2 months after my request for many of these items, I received a letter from the Department of Justice stating in part, Mr. Jones looks forward to answering your questions about these matters during this nomination hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee, end of quote. I regret that the chairman has allowed the Department of Justice to dictate to us how our oversight and investigation will be conducted. Furthermore, it is disappointing that the department was allowed to hijack this nomination hearing to suit their purpose, not ours. But since we have held 0 hearings dedicated to Fast and Furious in this committee, perhaps I should be happy that we now have an opportunity to ask questions at all. The same goes for other matters that I've mentioned. On the St. Paul quid pro quo matter, I was able to have a staff interview with Mr. Jones. Just to remind my colleagues about this issue, I'll give a brief summary. February the 3rd, 2012, the Department of Justice and the City of St. Paul struck a deal. The terms of the quid pro quo were as follows. The department declined to intervene in 2 False Claims Act cases that were pending against St. Paul, and St. Paul withdrew its petition before the U.S. Supreme Court in Magna.
And that was Senator Chuck Grassley on the Judiciary Committee at last month's hearing on the nomination of Todd Jones to head the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. On the Senate floor, a vote has been underway for hours, a cloture vote to end debate on that nomination. Niels Lesniewski covers the Senate, covers Capitol Hill for Roll Call, and joins us from Capitol Hill. He's been watching the vote all afternoon. When was the last time a vote of this length happened in the U.S. Senate?
Well, by the time this one's all said and done, we're going to be up near or passing a 2009 vote, which was the final vote on the President Obama's stimulus plan. That vote started at about 5:30 in the evening and didn't end for another 5 hours and change, and that was because they wanted to start the vote before the sun went down so that then Senator Joe Lieberman could cast a vote before sundown, and then it was held open late because Sherrod Brown, the Ohio Democrat, was attending to business back home in Ohio, and so they sort of had that long gap, and we're having the same sort of thing happen here on the back end because Senator Heitkamp of North Dakota was not around today, hasn't been around most of the week.
And this isn't even the final passage vote, but it's the important one because this is the one that will end debate on this ATF nomination. They haven't had an permanent ATF director in 7 years, correct?
That's right. Mr. Jones, who C-SPAN viewers have probably been watching the hearing, has been the acting ATF director for a while now. He's the U.S. attorney in Minnesota. And so the goal here is to get him confirmed and into the job. And once cloture is invoked to cut off debate, there is one procedural advantage for the Democrats here. There's a deal locked in to cast the vote on confirmation right away instead of having to wait more hours of debate after the cloture vote happens.
Well, the avid Senate watchers may have started to paying particular attention about 45 minutes into this cloture vote as a group of senators seemed to be gathering around Senator Lisa Murkowski, who a while later came back out and flipped her vote, apparently, from voting no rather, to yes, one of 6 GOP senators supporting cloture. What happened there with Senator Murkowski?
Well, it's not entirely clear what exactly prompted her switch, but there certainly was a switch. She was sort of in the well in the center of the chamber and became surrounded by what seemed like an ever-increasing number of both Democratic and Republican senators and staffers who were trying to cajole her to vote one way or the other. Eventually what happened was that she left the floor along with Senator Susan Collins of Maine, a fellow moderate Republican, and the two of them sort of exited from the floor, and when the two reemerged, Senator Murkowski changed her vote, which means that once Senator Heitkamp arrives, that the Democrats will have the all-important 60 votes. Well,
you have reported, and others, and now her office has said she's been back in North Dakota. Apparently, she may have become somewhat ill over the weekend, or having been back in North Dakota, is now flying back. Did Democratic leadership not think they would need every hand on deck for this cloture vote?
I haven't been able to confirm that just yet, but that's the logical supposition, because you would not think that if every single Democratic caucus vote was required, that the vote would have been called, the cloture motion would have been filed when Senator Heitkamp wasn't around. So there's really two possibilities, and really would be just speculating at this point, but it's either that they didn't expect to need Senator Heitkamp's vote, or at the time that Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid filed the cloture motion, he expected that Senator Heitkamp would have made it back already.
So the Heitkamp aye vote seems a foregone conclusion, and you said that would speed up the process of the final vote. But how does this impact the rest of the Senate schedule for today and the rest of the week ahead of the August recess?
Well, there had been some other business that was going to be done today, some nomination that was going to be processed afterwards, and maybe another judge nomination that's going to be done before the recess. That will all happen tomorrow, along with a cloture vote that the Democrats are calling to try and limit debate on the transportation HUD appropriation bill. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell was on the floor this morning encouraging Republicans to vote against that bill, and it's really not clear yet where exactly the votes are on the so-called THUD bill in the Senate, but as of this hour Wednesday evening, it looks unlikely that there'll be the votes necessary to get cloture on the THUD measure.
Niels Lesniewski writes for CQ Roll Call, and matter of fact, one of the blogs is the Inside the World's Greatest Deliberative Body, some updated reporting on the Senate. He's also on Twitter and a regular guest on the C-SPAN networks. We appreciate your insight into today's vote.
Thank you.
And the vote continues in the Senate, the cloture vote on the nomination of Todd Jones to head the ATF. Again, as you heard from our conversation with Niels Lesniewski, they're waiting for Heidi Heitkamp, senator from North Dakota, to return from North Dakota, cast her vote, and end the cloture vote. And that should be sometime within the next hour, hour and a half or so. That is what we are told. So we're going to take you back to the confirmation hearing from a month ago or so in the Senate Judiciary Committee.
1998 to 2001. That would be his first term as U.S. Attorney under President Clinton. The violent crime rate decreased by 15%, and so far during his second tenure, which we began in 2009, the FBI statistics show that the violent crime rate has already decreased by 9%. I don't hold him responsible for those numbers. I just want to note that because of the work that goes on between the local, state, federal law enforcement in Minnesota, they've had some major successes. I would also note that Tom Heffelfinger, who was appointed U.S. Attorney by both Presidents George H.W. Bush and his son George W. Bush, also serving 2 terms under Republican presidents, specifically rebutted the allegations in the former FBI Sachs letter. And he said this: 1 year in Minnesota is hardly long enough to learn how to shovel snow, much less long enough to learn what Mr. Jones' reputation is among local, state, and federal law enforcement officials. Ralph Bolter, the special agent in charge of the FBI Minneapolis office from 2007 to 2011, told the Associated Press that he had a good relationship with Jones. We were in sync, he said. Bolter said he didn't experience anything like the behavior Oswald described. He said when he had an issue, Jones was attentive to it, he was sensitive to it, and he responded to it. I think anyone involved in law enforcement knows there are going to be disagreements. There are going to be issues. People have different interpretations of decisions. There are outside forces at work. In this case, Todd Jones was supervising 2 major offices at the same time for nearly 2 years, and it is my belief that the ATF deserves a permanent head, and I hope we can now go forward with this hearing and with the testimony. So with that, I'm going to swear in the witnesses here, or the nominees. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. We will start with Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Ranking Member Grassley, members of the committee. Thank you for those generous introductions and the recitation of my entire professional career, and for the chance to be here today to answer questions. I am honored to be considered as the President's nominee as the Director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Permit me a moment to thank my family for their incredible love and support. As you mentioned, Senator, my oldest son, Anthony, is here representing the family, but my wife, Margaret, is the tie that binds our family together. She shouldered much of the burdens and joys that come with raising 5 kids. She is in St. Paul with my youngest son, Lucas, who just graduated, finished his junior year of high school. My 2 daughters are there with her in St. Paul. My youngest daughter, Monica, recently graduated from the University of Minnesota and is moving to Seattle in the next week to start her career and her life. And my oldest daughter, Stephanie, is on home leave from teaching in Nicaragua. So the core group is there in Minnesota. My son Michael, my other son Michael, is a graduate student in architecture in Seattle, and hopefully he'll keep an eye on Monica when she gets out there. But as you mentioned, Senator, my oldest son Anthony is here. He works, lives here in D.C. He works at the House of Representatives. We didn't get to see much of each other the first couple of years of his life because I was deployed pretty regularly in the Marine Corps, but if you choose to approve this nomination, Anthony is probably going to find himself with a new roommate. Over the years, my family sacrificed a great deal to allow me to pursue a career in public service. And that career began in 1977 when I was fortunate enough to do constituency work for Senator Hubert Humphrey, who epitomized public service in the best Minnesota tradition, and he inspired me to follow that path. And as was mentioned, after graduating from law school at the University of Minnesota, I joined the United States Marine Corps, and that was a decision that changed my life and made me the person that you see sitting before you today. My formal leadership training began in the Marine Corps, and while I joined to be a trial lawyer, much to Margaret's chagrin, I was so energized by the experience, the challenges, the spirit and camaraderie of basic training that I stayed an infantry officer for the first several years of my active duty time. And during that time, I learned the importance of concepts like unit cohesion, readiness and training, and staying focused on the mission. The Marines taught me about leadership and leading people toward a common goal. And in the end, I learned it was not ever about me. It was about the team. It was about the unit. It was about the collective work together to attain that goal. I've continued to employ those principles during the 2 times I've been as U.S. Attorney in the District of Minnesota, a job that it's been an honor and a privilege to serve in. And as the Senator mentioned, my team in Minnesota has tackled a variety of complex cases, from the largest Ponzi scheme to national security work we do investigating terrorist organization Al-Shabaab. And I've continued to rely on those experiences in my current capacity as acting director of ATF. And when I came to ATF in September of 2011, I found an agency in distress. Poor morale undermined the efforts of the overwhelming majority of ATF. These hard-working, devoted public servants are committed, absolutely committed to the mission of professional law enforcement. I listened to them the first several months I was there. I learned a lot from them, and I took firm, immediate steps to address their concerns and the strategic needs of the Bureau. I built a new leadership team, appointing 22 new special agents in charge, 23 headquarters executives, conducted a top-to-bottom review of all of ATF policies and procedure, and we have overhauled nearly 50 orders and directives. And since my arrival, I've worked to refocus the Bureau on its mission to combat violent crime and to enhance public safety. And I'm proud to say that the men and women at ATF have responded with professionalism and dedication. Senator, you mentioned some of the recent events that ATF's been involved in, from Newtown to Boston, from West Texas to Stockton, California. And we will continue to do our job. And should the Senate confirm my appointment, I look forward to leading these men and women permanently and to help them carry out this very important mission. And I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dellery. It looks like you have a happy family behind you there. Please start.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Ranking Member Grassley, and members of the committee. I'm deeply honored to appear before you today as the nominee to be Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division, and I thank you for your consideration. I'd also, at the outset, like to thank the President for nominating me and the Attorney General for his support. I do have a number of family members here today, and with the Chair's invitation, I'd like to introduce them.
Please do. I think I can tell who they are, though.
First is my partner, Richard Gervaisi. I wouldn't be here without the support that he's given me over the last 20 years since we were classmates in law school. And in addition to being a great father, he's a terrific lawyer, and I've been improved by his intelligence, judgment, integrity, and sense of justice. Our children, Michael and Sebastian, are the joys of my life, and they are here today to see a little bit about how their government works, so I thank them for doing that. And I owe a deep debt to my parents for the firm foundation that they gave me. My father, Gus Dellery, was an engineer who worked his entire career for Louisiana Power and Light, and he passed away back in 1996, but set a striking example for me of hard work, dedication, and character, and I miss him. But my mother, Elizabeth Towey, is here, along with her husband, Harry Towey. And Mom was the first women's athletics director at Tulane University, and I watched as she built a program from the ground up. And I've kept those lessons in mind as I have learned myself how to be a leader. Both Mom and Harry are the children of people who were in public service. My grandfather, in addition to serving in the Army in both World War I and World War II, was a career lawyer in the Justice Department for more than 30 years, including in the Civil Division, and so I'm honored to be following in his footsteps. And Harry's father was a congressman from New Jersey, a Republican, in the 1940s and 1950s. I also have my sister here, Janet Dellery, who's a school teacher in Charlotte, North Carolina, and she made it here at about 1:30 in the morning because of the storms. I'm grateful that she persevered to be here. And finally, one of Harry's daughters, Margaret Kirtland, is here. She flew from her home in New Orleans, North Carolina, to help Mom and Harry get here today, and so I'm very grateful to her for doing that. And then finally, I have a number of other friends here. I'm very touched that they're here, and in particular, my colleagues in the Justice Department. Madam Chairwoman, it's been a real privilege to work with the talented and dedicated lawyers and staff of the Civil Division over the past year, and it's an honor to be nominated to lead them now. The Division's greatest resource is its people, who come to work every day with a single-minded dedication to protecting the interests of the country and its citizens, whether by defending government programs and the national security, or safeguarding taxpayer funds from fraud, or protecting the health and safety of all Americans. If I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, I'll bring to this job a commitment to zealous advocacy in court on behalf of our nation, to giving candid advice, to hearing all sides of an issue with fairness and respect, and perhaps most importantly, to working tirelessly with our strong team of career professionals to defend and advance the interests of the United States. And so again, I thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dellery. I note that Senator Durbin was here earlier, and he's going to put some questions on the record because he has to go to a defense hearing that's important. And I know Senator Coons is going to try to return, and others will be here. I guess I'll start with a question of you. I will explain to your family that if, to your sons especially, if less of the questions are devoted to your dad, that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. All right? Mr. Dellery, can you, I think any of us can read the job description of Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division, but having done this role on an interim basis, how do you see your role? What are your primary responsibilities? What direction do you want to take the division?
Well, Senator, thank you for giving me a chance to talk a little bit about what the division does and the vision for it. There are really two main roles. The Civil Division defends the government when it's sued, whether that's in a constitutional challenge or a suit for money damages for breach of contract or personal liability. But then we also bring affirmative cases to pursue money that's lost to the taxpayers because of fraud, waste, and abuse, or to protect consumers and to protect the safety of the food that we eat and the medicines that we take. And so if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, I'll continue to pursue several priorities. One of them, and the most important for the department and the division, is protecting national security. We do play a role in a number of pieces of litigation related to those issues. I'll also continue to use the powerful tool of the False Claims Act, as well as other tools, to pursue fraud against the government. Last fiscal year, we had a record recovery of more than, or just about $5 billion under the False Claims Act that I know Senator Grassley and other members of this committee have supported over the years, and I'll continue to make that a priority if confirmed. And then finally, our work related to health and safety, to pursuing cases like the one that we brought a few months ago against executives of a peanut butter manufacturer because of a salmonella outbreak. We take very seriously our partnership on those issues with the FDA, and we'll continue to work to protect the safety of the food we eat, medicines, the toys children play with, and the like.
Very good, thank you. We actually, as you probably know, 3 of the victims from that peanut butter outbreak were from Minnesota, including a grandmother who one day just ate a piece of toast, and they lost her, and she was an incredible woman. So I really thank you for going forward with that somewhat difficult case. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones, as I noted, the ATF has not had a permanent director since 2006, when the law was changed requiring the director to be Senate confirmed. I think Senator Durbin has either put in or talking about putting in a bill to put the ATF under the FBI because of the fact that we just can't continue like this. It's not fair to you. It is not fair to the agency, and I think it has to change, and one way we can show it's changed is by confirming you as director. There are many reasons why the heads of certain agencies are made confirmable by the Senate, and one of those is because we want the individual to be fully accountable to Congress and also the men and women who work at that agency. First, I'd like to ask you, why is it so important for the ATF to have a confirmed full-time director? What will a confirmed director mean for the roughly 2,300 agents of the ATF?
Thank you for that question, Senator, and I have given it a lot of thought. While I've learned over the last almost 2 years that ATF is a very resilient organization and there are great public servants there, I think it's absolutely critical that they have a permanent director. Having been twice confirmed by this body as United States Senator, I know that the imprimatur of this organization is one that's really important. It has impacted morale. It does send a message not only to the employees within ATF that they have been so long without a permanent director after having several actors over the last 7 years. It does impact morale. I think it's also a fundamental question of good government because, as you mentioned, being a confirmed appointee does carry a certain amount of gravitas so that you can be a more effective advocate for resources, so that you can be accountable to this body and to the organization that you work with, in this case the Department of Justice. Decisiveness is a critical quality for anyone who's in a leadership position, but decisiveness with credibility, I think, is also absolutely critical. And a series of actors, no matter how skilled, does diminish the credibility that you're going to have continuity of operations, that the vision's going to stay sure, and that the mission will be accomplished. So at its core, it's good government to have a confirmed director at all of the agencies in the executive branch that are subject to Senate confirmation.
Thank you. All of us on this committee had concerns about what happened during the Fast and Furious operation. You were named acting directly shortly after the Fast and Furious whistleblowers came forward. The President named you because he felt you had the knowledge, experience, and leadership to put the ATF back on the right path. Can you tell us the steps you have taken and the safeguards you have put in place to make sure operations like that can't happen again and that any major operation is fully vetted up the chain of command? And after something like Fast and Furious comes to light, we all want to know what appropriate disciplinary action is being taken against the people who acted wrongly. Could you also talk about the steps you've taken to discipline or terminate people involved?
Well, with respect to your first question, Senator, I think that it's important to note that the Inspector General did do an extensive report and made recommendations and identified problems. When I arrived at ATF in September of 2011, as I mentioned, it was an agency very much in distress, and the first thing that I did was go to the Phoenix Field Division and visit sort of the ground zero for a lot of the controversy that evolved. But one of the first things that I did was look at who was in positions of responsibility, who was in leadership positions, and there's been a number of changes. None of the individuals who are identified in leadership positions during the Fast and Furious incident are currently in place. We have, as I mentioned, 22 new special agents in charge. We have a number of assistant directors. 6 out of the 8 assistant directors who help me as a team lead ATF are new, and all of them have experience as former special agents in charge. We are continuously in the process of implementing and following through and executing on many of their recommendations made in the IG's report, but we didn't wait for the IG's report to come out. We knew that there was a failure in leadership and oversight. One of the first things we did was issue and clarify our firearms transfer policy, with the underpinnings being that public safety always trumps investigative needs. We've reviewed our undercover order. We've reviewed our confidential informant order. We've instituted and continue to exercise a monitored case program. But these are just some of the internal fixes. More than anything else, I think it was important to keep the agency's eye on what its underlying mission is, which is public safety, because ATF plays such a critical role within the Department of Justice in the fight against violent crime, in the explosives arena, in the arson arena, and it's important that we do not have public safety suffer as a result of continuous critical examination.
Okay. I'm going to have one more question and then hope to keep my questions under 10 minutes. If Senator Grassley could do the same, I'm sure we'll have a second round, and then so we give the other senators a chance here to ask some questions. There have been questions raised about decreasing numbers of federal prosecutions in Minnesota with respect to violent crimes, including gang, drug, and gun offenses. When I was county attorney in Hennepin County, I worked closely with you and your predecessors, the other U.S. attorneys, to make sure that we tackled the tough criminal cases. I also worked with your successors, including Tom Heffelfinger, to make sure we made the most effective and efficient use of federal resources. I still remember after 9/11 that the U.S. Attorney's Office was focused in Minnesota, having caught one of the terrorists in our state on those terrorism-type cases, and our office, the County Attorney's Office, started doing many more white-collar cases at many higher amounts that we had done before, and I did that when Bush was president, working with the U.S. Attorney's Office. We took on significant more white-collar criminal prosecution. So I understand how this can be this ebb and flow depending on resources and depending on the types of crimes. Gang, drug, and gun cases were some of the areas that I was focused on as county attorney. I know they're important to you, so I'm hoping you can address the concerns that have been raised and explain why some of the numbers out of the U.S. Attorney's Office may be down. Is it a trend? Is it an anomaly? Is it something else? Thank you.
Senator, I believe that the statistics that you cite only tell part of the story. Over the last several years, the Department of Justice in general, and in particular the District of Minnesota, which is somewhat unique in that we cover the entire state and we have the full range of federal challenges. We've got Indian country, we've got a border with Canada, we have a major metropolitan center with all of the respective violent gun crime, gang, drug, and financial fraud issues. It really has been a challenge in this period of diminishing resources, and not that the lack of resources is any excuse, to look and be smart about how we utilize those resources. As you well know, our partnership with our state counterparts, the 87 county attorneys in Minnesota, is absolutely critical for us collectively to do our jobs. And what we've essentially done is looked at what are uniquely federal issues that the state cannot handle, what are DOJ priorities like national security in Indian country, and where we have concurrent jurisdiction, as in the gun and drug area, we're making smart choices so that the worst of the worst, so that organizations who deal in drugs, so that armed career criminals are appropriately handled in federal court. Over the last several years, as you mentioned earlier, we have had a string of very complex cases that have gone to trial. Tom Petters. There's a trial with Frank Venice going on right now. Mortgage fraud cases, and of course our national security cases, two of which of those actually went to trial. So the folks in the District of Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office, both in the criminal and civil division, have been working very hard with a very active caseload. And our bottom line is we are focused on impact cases. We are focused on cases that augment what state and local prosecutors do, and we're focused on cases that fit within the priorities of the Department of Justice. And as a result, our raw numbers have dropped. But we are making a difference.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Senator Grassley.
Madam Chairman, before I ask questions, there's a couple things I want to clear up in your rebuttal to my statement. She's absolutely right that there's been 6 years without a confirmed head. But remember that it was 2 years after the president was elected before a nominee was even sent up here. So we can't confirm anybody that isn't sent up here. And then when Mr. Traver was set up here, the committee asked for additional information, which was never provided. Therefore, he never had a hearing. And of course, if the committee asks for additional hearing or additional information, and that information isn't given, and you can't have a hearing without it, that obviously is either the nominee or the White House's fault. Then Mr. Traver's nomination was withdrawn at the end of the last Congress, and Mr. Jones was nominated January 24th, and we started talking about the hearing in April. Then there's one other point that I would make, and that's in regard to what you said, and it isn't inaccurate what you said, but I want to point out that when this goes to OSC and it's in mediation, there's a big difference between being resolved and the president or the chairman in his letter to me saying it is resolved, because OSC, as I said in my statement, has made very clear that it's not resolved. Thank you, Mr. Dellery, for speaking about false claims, because I ask every Attorney General nominee, wherever they are in the department, about it, because I'm the author of that legislation, and I'm very glad to know that you're going to use it vigorously. Mr. Jones, you would not expect me to not be concerned about whistleblowers. I'm sure you know my reputation in that area. And not every whistleblower would necessarily be right, but every whistleblower is entitled to a hearing, either when they're personally affected and retaliated against, or in the case of somebody bringing information forward. They ought to have that information considered. And I've come to the conclusion a long time ago that whistleblowers are about as respected in their organization as skunks are at a picnic. So I think they need a lot of consideration, because they give us a lot of valuable information. On March the 6th, 2013, an employee of yours filed a complaint with special counsel alleging you personally undertook, quote, a prohibited personnel action unquote, against him in retaliation for his raising concerns about gross mismanagement within the U.S. Attorney's Office. This employee has 30 years of as a federal employee, 24 of those years in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. The employee alleges that after bringing serious concerns about mismanagement in the office to your attention, he was suspended for 5 days without pay and involuntarily transferred to a new section in the office. The complaint also raises allegations about the appointment of an attorney to a supervisory position despite concerns about her performance by federal and state law enforcement and judges on the federal bench. The special counsel wrote to us yesterday stating that the complaint was referred for investigation April of this year and that the investigation remains open with possibility of mediation. Because of the majority scheduled your hearing, despite the fact that this investigation is pending, that's why I bring this matter up. You were quoted in the Star Tribune as saying, "I'm looking forward to meeting with the committee and answering all their questions." Based on that, I'm going to assume that you will answer the questions I ask you today. Mr. Oswald, first question. Mr. Oswald, former Special Agent in Charge, FBI, Minneapolis, wrote a detailed letter this January alleging you mismanaged the office and had an, quote, atrocious professional reputation within the federal law enforcement community, end of quote. A 24-year veteran of assistant U.S. attorney filed a complaint with the Office of Special Counsel against you, which corroborates the account. Have you been interviewed by the Office of Special Counsel, and if so, when?
Senator, to answer your last question first, I am aware that the OSC has requested information from our office in the District of Minnesota. Because those complaints are confidential as a matter of law, I have not seen the substance of the complaints, nor can I comment on they are. I've learned more from your statement today than I knew before I came here this morning about the nature and substance of the complaint. I can assure you that I have always taken very seriously the duty my office has to follow all the laws and regulations, not engage in prohibited personnel practice, and to be very sensitive to the issues surrounding those that you have so vigorously advocated for over the years with respect to whistleblower protection.
So you have not been interviewed then by Special Counsel?
I have not, Senator.
Other than the FBI Special Agent in charge and the Assistant U.S. Attorney who filed the complaint with the Office of Special Counsel, are you aware of any other individuals in your office who have raised similar concerns, and if so, who?
I am not aware of any other complaints, Your Honor. Your Honor, Senator, this is like a courtroom, so I'm...
Well, I
feel like a defendant.
And as a farmer, I feel honored. Have you taken any adverse personnel actions against anyone who complained about how you were managing the office?
You know, Senator, that's thank you for the question. I have had the opportunity to be in a management position both in the public and private sector. I have always tried to approach that position of responsibility with respect for those that I work for, in a collaborative nature, but always with expectations. And I have.
So I think the answer to my question is you don't feel you have taken any adverse action against anyone who complained about how you were managing the office. Are you aware of the anonymous complaint filed July the 20th, 2012, signed by, quote, employees of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Minnesota, end of quote? Those employees wrote, well, are you aware of it? Well, no, let me go on. Those employees wrote, quote, since he became U.S. Attorney here in Minnesota, he has instituted a climate of fear, has pushed employees out of the office, dismissed employees wrongly, violated the hiring practice of EEOC, and put in place an Orwellian style of management that continues to polarize the office, end of quote. Did you at any time learn who these individuals were? Did you take any adverse personnel action against them?
Senator, I recently saw a copy of that anonymous letter. Again, I have not taken adverse actions against anyone that I've worked with. I was quite surprised by the nature of the allegations, whether it's at ATF or at the U.S. Attorney's Office. In both situations, I came into a less than perfect environment, and I, quite frankly, been an agent of change, and change is hard sometimes for individuals to deal with, and I've always had a focus on doing the right thing for the right reasons, and sometimes folks are not happy about the direction overall. But
now, I'm including in that statement about adverse personnel action an unwanted retaliatory transfer. Does that change your answer?
Again, Senator, I'm not familiar with the OSC complaint, and I'm at somewhat of a disadvantage with the facts. I can say that Privacy Act considerations do fit into the picture. I have a certain awareness about disciplinary processes, but again, it has never been my practice to engage in retaliatory employment practices.
Will you answer the complaints about the assistant U.S. attorney when the because that's why you're here today. How are we supposed to ask about these allegations if we can't ask you?
Well, quite frankly, Senator, I'm at a disadvantage with the facts. There is a process in place. I have not seen the OSC complaint. I do know that our office, working with the Executive Office of U.S. Attorneys, is in a process of responding to the issues that you've talked about this morning, but I have not had the opportunity to either be interviewed or have any greater knowledge about what the OSC complaint is.
Well, you know, I'm kind of uncomfortable asking these questions because we shouldn't have been moving forward with this hearing, but the chairman said this was the opportunity for us to have this interview with you and to get these questions answered. And of course, you agreed to answer all the questions, so I would ask that you answer, but if you don't answer, you know, that's the way it has to be. Do we want to go to the senator from Connecticut now?
That would be very helpful, thank you, because he has something else. I appreciate that, Senator Grassley. I also wanted to put in the record the letters from law enforcement in support of Todd Jones, including the Fraternal Order of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, former U.S. attorneys, including Tom Heffelfinger, the Republican appointee under both President Bush's, members of Congress, Minnesota County Attorneys Association, several Minnesota county attorneys from across our state, the National District Attorneys Association, several former assistant U.S. attorneys, and the former magistrate judge for the District of Minnesota. I did want to read one of the letters into the record from Beth Hill to Todd Jones. Ms. Hill's son, Otal Saunders, his wife, and her 15-year-old daughter were murdered by two men in a brutal home invasion in St. Paul, Minnesota in 2007. Unfortunately, the case lingered for 2 years. When Mr. Jones returned to the U.S. Attorney's Office in 2009, Ms. Hill contacted him and asked him to review the case. Mr. Jones' office investigated the case and obtained convictions against the perpetrators. In 2011, both of the men were sentenced to life in prison on 3 counts of murder. In her letter, she says, quote, "In my son's keepsake box, I have a handwritten note that you sent me in response to my plea to you for justice for Otal, Maria, and Brittany. You didn't promise me anything but a commitment to review my case when you came into the office. Your note gave me hope and the strength to continue to fight for justice for my children." She wrote to wish him well and success in his new leadership role at ATF, writing, "When a job feels like you can't go on and the odds seem stacked against you, think about mothers like me who will rely on you to help stop senseless violence and move this country forward." I thought those were pretty powerful words, and I will also include that letter on the record. We also have letters of support, as I mentioned, for Mr. Dellery, from former Justice Department officials from previous administrations, both Republican and Democratic, that will also be entered into the record. With that, I turn it over to Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you both for being here today. Thank each of you for your public service, particularly Mr. Jones, your service in the Marine Corps as well as in the United States Attorney's Office in Minnesota, and Mr. Dellery for your service in the Department of Justice as well as in private litigation. Mr. Jones, as you well know, probably better than any of us here, there's been a lot of debate about the ways to promote more prosecutions under existing law that is designed to prevent gun violence. And even for some of us who strongly favor improvements to that law, the question is, what can we do to promote more rigorous and vigorous enforcement of existing laws that relate to either illegal purchases or illegal possession of firearms? And my own view is that inadequate resources are a major reason for the lack of sufficient prosecutions or the failure to increase the number. And I'd like you to comment on what you view as the reasons or the ways that we can improve that rate of prosecution.
Well, two things, Senator. One is you need a vibrant and healthy ATF. Part of the reason I'm here for this process is because they need a confirmed director. They've never had one. And for all the reasons we previously mentioned, that is an impediment to give stability, direction, and guidance.
And I heard your testimony, and I agree that a confirmed leader is absolutely essential to provide direction and vision and the kind of basic leadership. But in addition to that fact,
well, the ATF is not completely healthy. Its biggest challenge is its human capital. It's been subject, as some federal agencies, to the ebb and flow of hiring. But one of our biggest challenges is in the next 5 years, the attrition among our special agent community. The special agents are at the core of our criminal investigative processes, and because of the mandatory retirement age for federal law enforcement, we are going to have nearly a third of our special agent community become retirement eligible. The resources and the opportunity to bring on new special agents, which does take time, hasn't been sufficient for one-to-one replacement. And so
what's the median age of your agent?
Our special agent community is one of the more senior in federal law enforcement. I don't know the median age, but it is a very experienced workforce. And because of the nature of the work that ATF does in arsons and explosives and investigations, it takes time to develop that expertise. We call it the brain drain, and we are aggressively, even in the current environment, looking at that knowledge transfer. But that human capital for continuity and maintaining our current status and abilities is probably one of the biggest challenges we face over the next several years.
And would resources help you to attract more qualified potential agents, special agents at the ATF?
That helps, but I think some of the other constraints that we've been operating under with hiring freeze, with some of our abilities to be Schedule B, for example, to bring on agents. There's a lot of talent out there, and there's a lot of talent inside the Bureau, but what we need to do is very quickly match that up so that we don't diminish our capacity.
ATF, as you know, has a strong history of responding to high-profile incidents and investigations, as you did in Sandy Hook. And perhaps you can talk about the ATF's role under your leadership at Sandy Hook, which was particularly important to my state of Connecticut and to me, having spent a lot of time there with the community.
Well, the tragic school shooting in Newtown at Sandy Hook was a seminal event for us personally and for ATF. ATF, of course, is one of several federal law enforcement components, and so our immediate response, in addition to bringing agents from around the region down there, was, of course, to ensure the safety of the school and the community, but more importantly, to work with other federal and state importantly, the state police and the local police department, as is our practice, to focus in on the firearms issues. There's an examination of the federal firearms licensee that Mrs. Lanza purchased the weapon from. There was initial forensic work done with the weapons, but always in partnership with the Connecticut State Police, with the local police department, and with our brother agency at the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I want to thank your agency and the special agents who were there for not only the rigor, but also the sensitivity that they demonstrated from the very first hours that they arrived there and began interviewing everyone involved for potential firearms violation, including some of the licensed firearms dealers in the area and others who might have knowledge, working very closely with our state police who led the investigation. The investigation is ongoing, as you know, and again, my thanks to the special agents who were there and to your agency. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Flake.
Thank you. Acting Director Jones, in answer to a previous question, you stated that none of the individuals in leadership during Fast and Furious are now in place. What does that mean? Were they removed? Had just gone by virtue of attrition? What does that mean?
What it means, Senator, is that individuals who were primarily in the executive service have either retired or resigned or have left the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. The personnel processes can be somewhat dicey. The Privacy Act issues sort of preclude me from giving you a more fulsome description, but from the former acting director down to the group supervisor in the Phoenix Field Division, they are no longer in positions of responsibility and leadership within ATF.
But was anyone disciplined?
Yes.
Were you at liberty to share who and when?
Not really, because of the privacy. I'm being very dicey. We can respond once I get some clearance. I'm being very careful and very respectful of the privacy issues that are involved with making disclosures with some specificity, but there was discipline imposed throughout the chain of individuals involved.
Well, when you're at liberty to share that, we'd certainly need to know that. Can you tell us what disciplinary action was taken without revealing names? We
have a range of options internally, ranging from termination from employment, which would then be subject to a different appeal process, to demotions from your grades, down to moving people into non-supervisory positions.
And which of those were taken? Which of those actions?
I think a combination of all of them.
So termination?
I think that the full range of our disciplinary tools were utilized in handling the issues that arose as a result of the IG report and our own internal affairs examination.
So from termination to demotion or removal?
You know, one of the challenges, Senator, to be quite candid with you, is because of the leadership positions, the supervisory nature of the positions, there were individuals who were eligible for retirement, and so in some instances the disciplinary process was cut off by the fact that individuals did submit resignations.
Does that describe all those who were?
Not all of them, Senator.
So some of them actually were demoted or terminated?
Some individuals were on the disciplinary process that opted to retire if they were eligible.
It's important for us to have that information and for what can be shared to be shared, because I can tell you, particularly coming from Arizona, where was the scene for a lot of this, there's a lot of mistrust, and people don't think that anybody is held to account at any time. And it's difficult for any of us to say with any surety that they were. without this kind of information. So we'll be following up, but to the extent that information can be put out in terms of disciplinary action, honoring any privacy rules that we have, I think it's important to do so. With regard to, let me just bring up one case. During your tenure as acting director of ATF, there was a disagreement between the Reno ATF, it was alluded to by Senator Grassley, disagreement between the Reno ATF and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Nevada that resulted in the ATF not being able to submit cases for prosecution for a full year, 2011 to 2012. Reno Gazette-Journal asserted that ATF's lack of action on this issue constituted a public safety threat. Yet, when the issue was brought to your attention, ATF whistleblowers said that you had mentioned that you had bigger things to worry about. And it wasn't until there was a letter from Senator Grassley that this issue was addressed and action was taken. But then it was just, as I understand it, to transfer agents to other offices, which left the Reno office understaffed. Was this issue handled appropriately, in your view?
Well, this was yet again one of those issues that was what I call my inheritances. And let me assure you that public safety was never at risk in the District of Nevada. And as a U.S. attorney, I was very dismayed when I first heard of a disconnect between the Federal Prosecution Office and ATF. One of our challenges has been making sure that we have accountable leadership and oversight, so I can assure you and the public in Nevada that we've got new leadership in the San Francisco Field Division. We have very good communications with the special agent in charge, very good communications with the Reno office, which is a satellite in Nevada from the Las Vegas. We have shifted agents, as I mentioned earlier. One of our resources challenges where we're putting our limited resources based on the needs in the violent crime front. We currently have 2 full-time and soon to be 3 agents in Reno. We've enhanced the working relationship, and we're on a good path in Reno to fix whatever concerns historically existed there.
So you believe you moved swiftly enough on that
yes, I do.
Case. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Franken.
At some of last month's hearing, the Senate Judiciary Committee, the confirmation hearing for Todd Jones to be the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. The Senate is 4.5 hours into a cloture vote, a vote to end debate on the nomination of Mr. Jones. They're waiting for one more senator. The vote stands now at 59 to 40. They're waiting to hear from Senator Heidi Heitkamp of North Dakota, who is reportedly making her way back to Washington and due back in Washington in the next half hour or so at about 7 p.m. Eastern. To get some details on today's vote and its length, we spoke to a Capitol Hill reporter. Niels Lesniewski covers the Senate, covers Capitol Hill for Roll Call, and joins us from Capitol Hill. Has been watching the vote all afternoon. When was the last time a vote of this length happened in the U.S. Senate?
Well, by the time this one's all said and done, we're going to be up near or passing a 2009 vote, which was the final vote on the President Obama's stimulus plan. That vote started at about 5:30 in the evening and didn't end for another 5 hours and change, and that was because they wanted to start the vote before the sun went down so that then Senator Joe Lieberman could cast a vote before sundown, and then it was held open late because Sherrod Brown, the Ohio Democrat, was attending to business back home in Ohio, and so they sort of had that long gap, and we're having the same sort of thing happen here on the back end because Senator Heitkamp of North Dakota was not around today, hasn't been around most of the week.
And this isn't even the final passage vote, but it's the important one because this is the one that will end debate on this ATF nomination. They haven't had an permanent ATF director in 7 years, correct?
That's right. Mr. Jones, who C-SPAN viewers have probably been watching the hearing, has been the acting ATF director for a while now. He's the U.S. attorney in Minnesota. And so the goal here is to get him confirmed and into the job. And once cloture is invoked to cut off debate, there is one procedural advantage for the Democrats here. There's a deal locked in to cast the vote on confirmation right away instead of having to wait more hours of debate after the cloture vote happens.
Well, the avid Senate watchers may have started to paying particular attention about 45 minutes into this cloture vote as a group of senators seemed to be gathering around Senator Lisa Murkowski, who a while later came back out and flipped her vote, apparently, from voting no, to yes, one of 6 GOP senators supporting cloture. What happened there with Senator Murkowski?
Well, it's not entirely clear what exactly prompted her switch, but there certainly was a switch. She was sort of in the well in the center of the chamber and became surrounded by what seemed like an ever-increasing number of both Democratic and Republican senators and staffers who were trying to cajole her to vote one way or the other. Eventually what happened was that she left the floor along with Senator Susan Collins of Maine, a fellow moderate Republican, and the two of them sort of exited from the floor, and when the two reemerged, Senator Murkowski changed her vote, which means that once Senator Heitkamp arrives, that the Democrats will have the all-important 60 votes.
Well, you have reported, and others, and now her office has said she's been back in North Dakota. Apparently, she may have become somewhat ill over the weekend, or having been back in North Dakota is now flying back. Did Democratic leadership not think they would need every hand on deck for this cloture vote?
I haven't been able to confirm that just yet, but that's the logical supposition, because you would not think that if every single Democratic caucus vote was required, that the vote would have been called, the cloture motion would have been filed when Senator Heitkamp wasn't around. So there's really two possibilities, and really would be just speculating at this point, but it's either that they didn't expect to need Senator Heitkamp's vote, or at the time that Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid filed the cloture motion, he expected that Senator Heitkamp would have made it back already.
So the Heitkamp aye vote seems a foregone conclusion, and you said that would speed up the process of the final vote. But how does this impact the rest of the Senate schedule for today and the rest of the week ahead of the August recess?
Well, there had been some other business that was going to be done today, some nomination that was going to be processed afterwards, and maybe another judge nomination that's going to be done before the recess. That will all happen tomorrow, along with a cloture vote that the Democrats are calling to try and limit debate on the transportation HUD appropriation bill. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell was on the floor this morning encouraging Republicans to vote against that bill, and it's really not clear yet where exactly the votes are on the so-called THUD bill in the Senate, but as of this hour Wednesday evening, it looks unlikely that there'll be the votes necessary to get cloture on the THUD measure.
Neil Lesniewski writes for CQ Roll Call, and matter of fact, one of the blogs is Inside the World's Greatest Deliberative Body, some updated reporting on the Senate. He's also on Twitter and a regular guest on the C-SPAN networks. We appreciate your insight into today's vote.
Thank you.
And according to several news reports, Senator Heidi Heitkamp should be arriving in the Senate chamber within the next half hour or so, 7 p.m. Eastern or so. Again, the cloture vote underway on the nomination of Todd Jones to be the next ATF director. The vote started at 2 p.m. Eastern. The Senate came in today, 10 o'clock Eastern or so, and took up the transportation spending bill and an amendment focused on foreign policy. It's an amendment that was offered by Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, and would have ended aid to Egypt. Politico writes that his amendment would have redirected the $1.5 billion in annual aid to crumbling bridges in the U.S. That amendment was blocked earlier in the Senate by a vote of 86 to 13. As you may have heard Niels Lesniewski mention, they will move on tomorrow to the nomination of Samantha Power to be UN ambassador. And over in the House, meanwhile, they just passed a bill that passed in the Senate last week. This is the student loan bill, a bill that would lower the cost of student loans. The House giving it final approval and sending it to the President. The Associated Press writes that bill that passed in the House just a short few minutes ago, under the bill, undergraduates this fall would borrow at a 3.9% interest rate. For subsidized and unsubsidized loans, graduate students would have access to loans at 5.4%, and parents would borrow at 6.4%, rates locked in for the first year, but each year's loan could be more expensive than the last, and the rates would rise as the economy picks up. You can follow House coverage there in a series of a number of votes. Right now you can follow that on C-SPAN. Earlier today in the House, they pulled the transportation bill, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Bill for 2014. This is the 2014 Appropriations Bill. And the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Hal Rogers, issued a statement not long after the bill was pulled, saying the Transportation and Housing and Urban Development Funding Bill that was pulled from the floor consideration today was the first major attempt by the House to consider and pass an appropriations bill that funds domestic programs under the austere level delineated under the Budget Control Act and the House Budget Resolution. The statement said, in addition, the bill today reflected the best possible effort under an open process to fund programs important to the American people, including our highway, air, and rail systems, and I am extremely disappointed with the decision to pull the bill from the House calendar today. Hal Rogers saying that I believe that the House has made its choice, sequestration, and its unrealistic and ill-conceived discretionary cuts must be brought to an end, and it is also clear that the higher funding levels advocated by the Senate are also simply not achievable in this Congress. So that's from the head of the Appropriations Committee, Hal Rogers, over in the House as they postpone work on the transportation bill. Again, according to news reports, Senator Heidi Heitkamp should be arriving for the vote, to cast her vote, sometime around 7 o'clock Eastern. The vote's been underway since 2 o'clock Eastern, this cloture vote on the nomination of Todd Jones to be ATF director. We'll continue showing you some of the hearing from June from last month, and beginning here with Senator Al Franken.
For this hearing. I apologize for getting here a little late. I've been in the Health Committee where we're doing the markup of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act reauthorization, so I'm going to also have to be leaving. But first, Mr. Jones, I'd like to thank you for your service to the state of Minnesota. I know Senator Klobuchar feels the same way. You know, after taking the bar exam, you didn't join a law firm, you joined the United States Marines, and you've been serving our country in various capacities for much of your career since then. So I just wanted to start out by thanking you for that. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the many brave ATF agents who responded courageously and professionally to the bombing at the Boston Marathon and to the recent Texas plant explosion. Mr. Jones, your nomination to be ATF's permanent director arose out of the shooting of Sandy Hook, but these other recent events remind us that the ATF's role extends beyond gun issues. Mr. Dellery, thank you for meeting with me. I enjoyed our discussion a few weeks ago. Congratulations on your nomination as well. You've done some tremendous work at the department on issues like marriage equality and holding credit rating agencies accountable for their role in the financial collapse. And so thank you for being here to answer the committee's questions. I'll go right to my questions now. Mr. Jones, since you were named ATF's acting director in August 2011, you somehow managed to run that bureau while also serving as U.S. Attorney in Minnesota. So you've basically been asked to do 2 full-time jobs at once. If you're confirmed, you'll be able to devote your full attention to ATF. That's important. We've been without a permanent ATF director for about 7 years. Can you explain what it will mean for ATF to finally have a permanent confirmed director in place?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and I think it's absolutely critical. As I mentioned earlier, I think at its core it's a good government issue. Not only does it send a positive message to the men and women within the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, but it sends the right message to the industries that we regulate and to our state and local law enforcement partners that there is a permanent person that has been given the stamp of approval to lead the organization going forward. That hasn't diminished really over the last 7 years with the men and women in ATF performing their job. But it has been a challenge to have the change in direction. When I was in the service, I remember leaders that I had that were good and the lessons taken away from them. But just as importantly, I remember the leaders that were bad and the lessons that were taken away from them. But having that steady hand on the tiller that can share with the men and women at ATF the vision, the mission, the execution to help keep the American public safe in those areas where we have jurisdiction, I think is absolutely critical.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, ATF works closely with state and local law enforcement authorities to investigate arsons, bombings, gun crimes, and acts of terrorism. I've heard from some Minnesota law enforcement officials who are concerned about the budget cuts from the sequester and that they could hamper this type of collaborative work. What is sequestration's impact on ATF?
Well, specifically with ATF, because it has been somewhat under-resourced, we as an organization are resilient, but it will hurt. The President's proposed 2014 budget, I believe, gets us on the path to being healthy. With the anticipated worst-case scenario from the potential sequester cuts, you're cutting bone. You're cutting bone and you're impeding, I believe, our ability to be as effective as we have been, as lean as we have been over the last 4 or 5 years.
Thank you. My time is just about up. Would it be okay if I ask one more question, Madam Chair? Mr. Jones, I was disappointed that the Senate was unable to pass the Manchin-Toomey amendment. Under current law, someone who can't pass a background check to buy a gun simply can go to a gun show or to classified ads and get a gun anyway. The Manchin-Toomey amendment would expand the background check system to cover commercial gun sales. I've heard from a lot of Minnesotans who support the proposal regardless of their views on other aspects of the President's gun violence prevention initiative. And this committee heard a lot of testimony from law enforcement leaders who said that the background check saved lives. What are your thoughts on this?
I believe that the background check system, the NICS system that's currently in place, which since 1998 has kept legal firearms out of the hands of nearly 1.5 million bad guys, has been effective. Is there room for improvement? Yes. Can we deal with the current system? We have. I follow with some interest the debate and will defer to this body and Congress generally to do what you do with respect to expanding or not expanding background checks. I can tell you that the current system is very effective in working within the limits that it's currently working, but there's always room for improvement, including tightening up what could be characterized as the gray market in firearms, because, of course, the background check only applies to those who choose to go to licensed firearms dealers to purchase or obtain guns.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Grassley is going to go for 5 more minutes, and then we go to Senator Schumer and then Senator Cruz.
Since you said you can't offer any other answers to questions on the Office of Special Counsel complaint, I'll go to something that you should have heard about, the letter from the FBI official, the letter to the committee. Did you hear of complaints about your office by the former special agent in charge of FBI office, Mr. Oswald?
The answer to your question, Senator, is no, and I was quite shocked when I saw the copy of that letter, because my belief during the